Hello. It is time. Okay. The task is actually going to be making one line building, essentially. Hi, Ilya. Why does script look like a weird word? I typed it and I was like, I thought I was spelled wrong for a second. How's life? It's good. I got my friend Rydent to test out the vehicle yesterday, but we had to run through the whole build process again for him. There's a lot. Essentially, I'm just to start by writing out everything that I need to do, and then I'm gonna actually make the scripts. Oh, how am I gonna... I actually can't test it on... I don't have a good way to test it on Windows without just rebooting into Windows, and I don't want to cut the stream for that. Someone's gonna make me miss your break again today? Oh, I don't know. F Windows? Yeah. How fast was the compiling? The what? Is that actually that's what he has? He did, so I didn't realize this the first time we did it. He apparently was doing it on his laptop, I think. On his, like, work laptop. I was shocked how long it took. I don't remember his time. It's longer than mine, though. I think maybe it was faster. I'll ask him if he remembers. because I'm actually interested. It was far less than 30 minutes, that's for sure. It might have been comparable to my time, but I don't remember. Okay, so first thing that has to happen is you have to clone custom Godot repo. I guess these should actually probably be clone the Godot repo. You need to compile the Godot. Then ideally, copy into Steam folder and rename files. Should be an optional thing. I'll test it. There's a very specific way you have to compile it. I compile Godot. Guess what should be chosen by platform? I think it actually can detect what you have, so... I don't know. Then you need to... I was going to say you need to generate... You don't have to do this step. You don't have to do this step. Then we need to clone Train 3D. Get submodule it. And then you don't have to do this step. Actually, you don't have to do this step. Don't have to do this step. So the zombie game should contain those DLLs already. But this step you have to do that for that one. So yeah. How would I mention this? Game repo contains latest builds. And then I guess technically step 0 is in C++ compiler. Then I guess clone game repo and open in Godot. This is something I want to investigate. Apply editor, text editor, settings for game. Specifically, space indentation and trim trailing white space. And also trim trailing new lines. Should be enabled by default. But check anyway. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I'll have to figure out how Godot handles their settings, where those are saved. Probably may not be able to do that with like a simple script. But I guess that's probably more like a contributing thing. Yeah, I'll see. I'll say like the trim trailing white space is a very annoying thing. I don't know why that's not turned on by default. That should be the default. And the trailing new lines, I think for some reason, maybe it wasn't on previously, but I think either Turing 3 or Guide has issues with trailing new lines. Like you scroll down to the bottom of the file and there's like 5 new lines or something at the bottom with additional white space after some of the lines. I don't know if they turned that off or if they just didn't like, they wrote the file in some other text editor and not in Godot. I don't know. That's a formatting thing. Okay. So that's what I have to do. And I need this for both I guess there's nothing here. Something that I did, I can't remember what exactly I did it for, but I made like a whole separate repository that just had some script in it, and that would do everything. Let's see if we can find that. I don't remember exactly what it was for. I mean, I have an idea. Okay, I don't see it, actually, so I don't remember. I think, yeah, I think these scripts probably only apply to outside of this one. So probably can close all of this. Just to actually close everything. Really. Okay. Let's go back into this. So that needs to be disabled. I can probably just go and delete this line because apparently I need to have regex. All right, so there's like a trick to. I probably shouldn't use the trick, but I think it's essentially you have files that have the same name, and when you run them, Windows will prefer to use the Windows file, and then Linux would match it just directly to the Linux file. I think I really can't remember what it was. It might have just been like PowerShell scripts. Like if I was on Windows PowerShell and I did like /run build, it would use the PowerShell script. See, that's the thing. I should find this. Let me go look at my GitHub and try to find this. Okay. There was. I did something where I made... It was a repository that I would clone. And I would basically run the script and would put everything in there. But I'm pretty sure I had it so that I used like the naming trick where depending on which terminal essentially you're running, it would... If you're on Windows, it would run the Windows script. If you were on Linux, it would run the Linux script. But the command was exactly the same. Weird. I found it. I found it. Mm-hmm. That's it. So there is a PowerShell script trick where if you're running in PowerShell, it will, and you do like it was exactly like I said, you do /setup, which is the name of the script, and it would run the PowerShell script. But if you're on Linux, it would see /setup and run setup without the PowerShell extension. Okay, that's the plan. Okay, so maybe that was correct. Let me actually check. So I think there's specifically a thing with PowerShell. I just need to verify, because like I said, I can't actually test. When I was on Windows, I tested it, but apparently in my example that I had for myself, I never actually wrote the Linux side of it. That's just slowly stupid. PowerShell, I guess I just can't, I just don't know, because I know that in my example I can do just run script without the .ps1 and it finds it. No, that's not what I want. Okay, I'll figure it out. I'll just figure it out. If anything, I'll just have him test it and tell me what happens. So, Godot, I kind of just like to have a build. And then I'll rename this to, I think this one I probably just renamed to, yeah, here's the thing. I don't think, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it doesn't get it. So, but I have this like feeling that when you run that on PowerShell, let me figure it out. Let me do a little bit more searching. So, yeah, this is weird because it's giving. Okay. Hmm. Interesting. How did I find this? Because I thought it was just a name trick. Dude, can we stop pop-ups? Let's try. I think there was just someone, maybe it was just some repository I found that did this. No, this isn't what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for though. LinkedIn. This could be awful. What am I looking at? Why is the content of the page like a fifth of the page? This was nonsense. This was totally useless. That was an AI article. That was straight up just an AI article. PowerShell. It's definitely possible. Why is it all Node.js and why is it JavaScript? Why does it think, okay. Stop with the JavaScript. I know for a fact it's not JavaScript and it's not Node.js. Why are we talking about cross-platform JavaScript, dude? Oh my gosh. Dude, I literally did minus JavaScript and it's the first result include... Can we get serious? Can we get serious? I'm getting mad. I'm trying. What? I don't want the same file though, that's the thing. This is all about the same file. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Apparently, I don't know. I'm just too dumb to figure it out. I'll have him test it. I wonder if I can actually... I did see that apparently PowerShell. Possibly I can run it on Linux. So I might be able to open PowerShell and do like /build and see if it targets this file over this file. But I don't know. Okay. So build should just run that. And then I'll have to look up how to do flags. Options. Command to string. Okay. $0, $1. Get opts. Dude, Bash looks so weird. Okay. What is shift? What is shift? Get ops. Okay. So if I run build, essentially I'm just looking to run SCons, and I guess here I would probably want to pass in I think for now, the only thing that I really need is to use LLVM to pass that parameter. So, but I don't like the single letter stuff. That's kind of bad. Oh, a shift must be doing something with commands, right? Or arguments. Shift is doing something with arguments. But why does no one explain what shift is doing? Yeah, shift 2. Let me look at this again. Does GetOps have like longer syntax available? No. Maybe not. All right, I'm just going with this one. And then shift is used to move stuff. And then I would have star in break. I'll just copy this. I am not well. I don't know Bash. I really don't. It always looks super weird to me. I don't know what most of everything does. Syntax is always really weird looking to me. I would think these are probably the same place. This is different though. I would need to know my current path. I'd have to get my current path and just go from bin to that. And preferably rename the file. Check that the file exists and rename the file. Copy Steam. So I guess for this I'll just say compile and this is really copy. File and copy binary to this would just be build options. Help should be for escaping. Yeah, okay, looks like I can do that. And then I guess it would be Steam with an optional directory. Copy binary to Maybe that works. If test greater than 0, then do that. Otherwise, okay, cool. So I can... Though... Export output equals that. Why is there a difference? Someone asked a question about that. Oh. Strange, though. I think I just don't do that. So S and Steam just are the same thing, right? I think, oh yeah, and then there's the or. Okay, cool, that's how I do that. Just do that. Okay. There's also like dash question or like question mark. I'm assuming I can do any of those. So I think really all I'm doing is I'm doing why are we typing in tabs? That's really stupid. Like that, use OLVM as 1, is that? Or true? I guess the, this is not a better example for that. Just do equals, and they would do equals 1. So yeah, I think either one of these I want to do the same thing. So if we have... How would I do this? I guess the issue is with these arguments, they're just split by spaces, right? So I would have to make sure it has to start with a forward slash, a dot, I guess it can't start with a dash, right? So if I have another one, what is happening? I really don't like that it's using tabs. That's really annoying. I don't know where it gets that idea that I want to use tabs either. Hey, Ilya. How do I check if it starts with... If it starts with... Okay, I think first of all I can say... Let me stop that. Copy Steam 1. And then shift. If there's another one, just do that. Delete that. I want to know if that... If it starts with a dash, I guess. Really? Wildcard matching. Equals that. Okay. I think it was like... If... Oh, do I need the semicolon there? What about not? What about not equal to that? Alright, I feel like I should probably do like... I think I need to look at stuff. I don't understand like fundamental things about this. Alright, W3 Schools, what do you got for me? Like an if statement. Can I get an... How do I do an if statement? But that is something I would like to know. How do I write an if statement? No, I want bash script. Please. Okay, these are good with things to note. The current date, the working directory. CWD, I gotta remember that one because I'm gonna need that one. That. Find your bash shell path. Okay. Read. Variables. Access existing variable. Avoid using? Avoid. So you're saying I can. Oh. While do done. Okay. To a file. Okay. This is what I don't get. When do you use these? What's the point of these? Why do they have one here? When do you need to use the semicolon? Do you always have to use a semicolon? Because I think in this case they don't use one. There is a semicolon there. You don't have to use it when it's a new line. Like, is that... That's what I don't get. They use it here when there's a new line. Greater than -A for and, -O for or. Huh. They're using parentheses. Is that necessary? Like, this is what I don't get. They're not touching enough on these, like, syntax things. Like, why have you wrapped it in the parentheses? What does that mean? Can I do it without the parentheses? the exit code of most recent command, using that. Right. Set E. Okay. That wasn't really enough. That's not enough information. Netflix bought Warner for $81 billion. Awesome. LSLH 2. Okay. So I can use ls to get information about directories, other directories? Yeah, what is it? What is going on? Okay. Read with a prompt, read with a secret prompt, or silent prompt. Read 1, 2, 3, 4. Sales data text. 2 and 3. Interesting. Won't offer themselves for sale for months. For a month. Maybe they just don't have the money. What if they literally didn't have the money? Let? But Netflix is deading itself. Okay, I get it. So the parentheses there are necessary. Length of a variable. Whoa. If statements. Okay, so why the double brackets and sometimes not double brackets? What does dash z do? What's dash z? Equal to 0? Do they use that? They don't use a semicolon there. I'm so confused. Why? Oh, z. If the length is 0, that's what z does. Okay. Not z. All right. File exists and is a directory. Okay. String is not equal to string. All right. So I don't need 2. I don't know why 2 is a thing. I should only need that for one-line stuff. So I could write this and say if it's not equal to that, then I have no idea why I'd insist on using that. And also, I want... I would like 2. Can I just do this? Equals. And it makes everything tabs. Why is it making everything tabs? Why is it doing that? Like, I'm actually really confused why it's doing that. It's... Retab? Yeah, that's the thing. It thinks it wants to use... Like, I set all this up. I set all this up. How do I get the value of these? Is it just get? Expand tab. See, the thing is, this is already set up like that. I already have it doing this. So I'm really confused why specifically right now in bash script files, it is insistent on placing tabs. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. It's also, it actually is that file specifically too, because I'm opening, I have a different, this file specifically is forcing tabs. Is it possibly because I changed the extension of the file? It's specifically this file is doing this. You can see before I was using tabs before and it was putting in spaces. This file specifically is doing this. Is there something here that's like doing formatting like this? I don't think so. I wouldn't understand why formatting is happening like that. I don't know what this editor config file does, but is that doing it? Is this causing this to happen? No. And now it's not with... Okay. Well, classic Godot. Editor config. What is .editor config? That's the only file I changed and that fixed it. Okay. Alright. I didn't know that. That's new to me. Editor config is totally new to me. Alright, but I figured it out. Okay, so if it's not equal to that, then I am essentially doing Steam directory equals 1, and then shift. Alright, cool. So if, that, then I want to do else, just scons. Okay. And then I say we're doing build. And I guess if like that. Copy Steam. If copy Steam is non-zero. Okay. And then I guess if like that. Do I have to give a number there? I don't know. Save me have a headache. I don't know what I can do for you. On a Minecraft server realm which has jobless people playing on it pretty much all the time, at all times. Was the Olmec Twitch channel realm starting? 1,000 followers. It starts at 1,000 followers. Okay, so I guess what I want to do is if I have Steam directory is empty, then I need to detect it. So I'm assuming this is kind of a common path for it. So I'll do if not, what was it, E? File existence as a directory -D. Pound some coffee and water and your headache will be gone. Test if is a directory and right access. Pound is a weird word to use. This maybe I want. LS. List all, but not that. Let's check if the directory exists before. That's not what I'm actually looking for. I don't know. Only 9,900. Yeah. Test reward. Ruined the car. I don't know who said it. Maybe it was Danilin. Danilin said something about the sliding making it more fun. And I feel like I have to agree. Is that really $home? I guess you have to write them separately. Alright, well. So I need to know if the directory home common Steam paths. Nope, I want home slash, I guess it's .local share Steam. If exists. I think, do I have to put these in quotes all the time? Go play GT and drive a car. Go play zombie game. I have thought of doing that. Going into GTA 5 and driving. Dance character animation is fun. He sent me a video of it and I haven't looked at it yet. Can I? File. Can I get an example of that? What is test? A reference to the command test. Oh. -S. Okay. If exists, steamder and write permission. Let me look at this. What do they do? They just do that, but they also do this. So I guess either way. Add a friend. Let's finish this competitive drive real quick. How do I exit an if statement? Is it a go to? Continue. I am currently working, so. A zombie game, the car needs to be able to run over zombies. Realistic hydraulics? I think it does, actually. I think the driving should be really good. The zombie car game. Can I return something? Can I access it? The return status. Cat WCL. Is it like word count? Lines. Just gonna be making sure that buildings are settling in our realistic physics simulation. Okay. Real car to afford future creeping as a virtual car. Dude, I don't think you understand. The car is like 90% done. The hard parts are honestly done. So, I don't... Can I get like a better example of this? This is really not good. This is really not a good example. Honestly, that's a really bad example. I want to know, like, how can I just have my own text? Or like return a variable or something. I want numbers. Echo. Echo. Okay, so it is just echo. Alright, that's what I was wondering. Would it just be echo? What's the function thing? Okay. February 27. All I understand is that you will fork the car physics and publish them alone under MIT. No. I have very small changes that I've made. But the small changes I made do have big impacts. How dare I what? Detect common Steam paths. Just, that's not even like a necessary comment anymore. So, if I were to just, when they say local, yeah, so I guess I can just literally write steamdir equals do I write it like this? They just write it like that. I guess I can just write that. If read and write access, return, and I don't know any other possible path that this could take, so that's just it. If I think it's like that. Right, same thing, not equal. But not locate. I don't think I need to write exit 0, but you know, it just makes me feel better. So I'm gonna write it. My vacation got extended to 31st. Okay. Oh, the 31st. I am. I'm gonna have to start paying Raiden to be here when you're gone. Okay, so at this point, Steam directory contains this stuff. So, if dot old is missing, rename current. That's my plan. Dan is. What? So if it's a directory and I have write access, if this file exists, I guess I would actually say current binary would be Steam directory. That. If this exists. And I would need write access to the file. $112. What? 112 what? How do I rename a file? It's MV, right? Can I get like... Is it MV? Oh my gosh. Okay, fine, what is this? The source file directory. Renaming a file. That's what I want to do. Okay. So I want to... Or sorry, I guess I would actually write... Oh, yeah. .old. If old bin does not exist and current bin does exist, then I need to say if I cannot write to the current bin, then I can't move it. So I can't continue. I should call it like a build link instead of a copy. Because this isn't actually a copy. Yeah, I'm going to do the same way on Windows. It'll just be a link. I'll call it link Steam. Okay. If Steam directory is empty, detect Steam path. If the result was not 0, cannot locate Steam path, skipping build link. I need to detect that the old one does not exist, the current one does exist. If I can't write it, I can't do it. So then I need to rename. So move current bin, old bin, I think. Okay. And then link. So then I guess, I guess what we can do first is check if the link is already assigned. So apparently I can use this to get information about a file. I guess I'll see if I'll see what I get when I run it. For me. There is the number 2 next to it. I don't know what that means. This number. Okay. Bash. Get file link information. Okay, maybe read link is a real thing. What? To print it. Okay, so apparently like it does nothing unless I dash. Okay, cool. There we go. All right. So I can use read link -f. So if it exists, then I guess I would need read access to this. Yeah, I probably need read access to it. I guess I'll do this. Maybe you should say failed? I don't know. Maybe not. Alright, so I can read that. So I guess I would say, maybe. And then the real target should be why do things keep lighting? What is happening? That was weird. So I need, oh my gosh, please stop doing that. Let me just read the name. Oh. So it looks like if I have LLVM, that binary changes. Can I do this? Editor, double. And then use then okay. Yay. And I guess I need to check if this exists. Right. Current targets. And I guess I would say if outbin is equal to current target. And I guess I also have to check that it's a link. Then I think just exit 0. So then how do I know if a file how do I know if it is Here's the thing, LS doesn't do that. Mine doesn't do that. I don't know why. Mine didn't do that. Oh, maybe I can just write in... No, mine doesn't do that. What / Yeah, it doesn't do that. I guess maybe this is really old, so that's why it doesn't do that anymore. I'm confused why readlink didn't print anything. How do I know? LSLI? So what if I do relink and it's nothing? I guess. What happens if I do relink with nothing? Oh, interesting. It would just point to itself. Okay. Alright, so that's actually fine then. If it's not a link, then it just points to itself. So that's whatever. Yeah, it just points to itself. Okay, so I know for a fact that whatever it is, it's either not a link or it's not a link that points to itself. So then I can just rename it to the old binary if it does not exist and the current one does exist. I guess I can actually put this up here, can't I? Link is already assigned. If old file is missing, rename current executable to old. So I know at this point, I am just modifying that. So I should be able to just write rm current bin. Well, I guess it exists, right? So then I would say I can't write to current bin at this point. I know that whatever it is, it exists and it doesn't point to where I want it to go. So I have to delete it, I think. Cannot override existing. Skipping build link. Okay, cool. Remove current bin, and then if it exists and it's linked, I'm done. I guess actually... No, yeah, that's all stuff that I do if it exists. This could run even if it doesn't exist. But if it did, and it was the same link, then I'm done. Sorry. So I'm linking... out bin to this one. Cool. So is that everything? I don't know. So I think probably I do like, what is it? Set X set E? Is that what they said? They had one, right? Was it not here? Bash. I believe it was both, right? So it is set X set E. Okay. Alright. So in theory, whoa, okay. Echo, echo. Okay. So let me go delete, or I guess not, yeah. Let me go delete this file. Delete that file. And then move the old one to that one. Okay. Cool. All right. And I guess in the middle of this, I probably should like print out and stuff out. Or actually just put it here. Should we do it here? Both places. Echo. That. 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 Move should work. The delete should work. And then, okay, that's all the printing I need, I think. Okay. You know, I'll leave it. I actually had another thing here to skip. What would it be? N or no build? I'll just leave it as in. Skip build. And then I say, if and I'm going to try a question mark too. All right, awesome. N to skip and see what happens. Exit 0. What now? Skip build. Line 49. Huh? Wait, really? Space there? That's crazy. And that should all go here. Try that again. Okay, well that's what I expected to happen. And then -S for Steam. Cool. And then a set of right with an empty string. Okay. So this part worked at least. Home won't make that work. Then I got... What? Returned 1. Apparently I returned 1. Oh, I guess I need to print this out here. Oh, no. It should then come down here and say echo steam path, and it would say could not locate exit. But no, returned 1 was the last thing that happened. Am I supposed to write it like that? Okay, I think I remember this. So, if I just want to run the command, wait, how does that work? Why does it work here? What's going on? This is really weird. Return 1 was the last thing that executed. What? How do I do it here? Turn value not equal 0. I did get... What did I do wrong? This happens and then I don't get a print. But that's supposed to be fine. Returning something else is supposed to be fine. What? What? Return 1 is literally the last line that it runs. It hits return 1. And then it stops. It stops completely. I don't understand. Why does it stop? Oh. I actually understand why now. It stops. So it says So set, okay. Set X. What is it? If the return code of a command is not 0 and the caller does not check it. If. What? Okay. The right if? The shell does not exit if the command that fails is part of any command executed in a blank or blank list. Okay. Okay. Awesome. All right. A lot of stuff happened now. Turn value 1, Steam path. Working directory. That's where I'm at. Okay, so Steam path should have said... Am I reading that wrong? Right. I did read that wrong. Cannot locate Steam path for Godot engine skipping build link. Good. Double check that I still have, because it probably just did stuff. Okay. So, what happened up here? Cannot locate output build, skipping build link. Oh, and then I guess I need... an OS, right? Whoops. Oh, no. Whoops. Okay. Cannot locate Steam path. Alright, so this one worked down here though. Cannot locate output build. This didn't work. Oh my gosh, because I'm missing a space there. Why is that so necessary? Why are the spaces necessary? Cannot locate Steam path. Do I have to have... local share Steam apps, common Godot engine. It's checking like -d empty somehow. Up here it was doing... Up here it did E with all that. That was correct. Right. Out path. Could not locate upward build path. So what did that one work? Wait, cannot locate upward build. Yeah. That all worked. Oh, because I'm not using the underscores like an idiot. Target? No such file directory. Well, whoops. Do I have to... What? Okay. Current target. Out bin, added LLVM, added that, out path, exist, current binary. I tried to move Godot engine. To that. Okay, so the move also needs it. Oh wait, I think I probably just use... Oh, I probably just use single quotes, actually. Or just double quotes. Just one double quote, and that's all I needed. Hey, Danilin. Cannot overwrite existing Steam path. Okay, so I surely didn't mess something up, right? Oh, it doesn't exist. Ah, okay. So the move... Huh? This is after the move. So I guess actually I should say if it exists. Yeah. If it exists at this point. Which it would exist if it was, if old bin does not exist and current one exists. Actually, I guess I would say yeah, because I just moved it, so at this point it shouldn't exist. But if it does exist, then I need to delete it. If it does exist, then I need to delete it. If I can't write it, skipping building. Alright, so now this will also test the fact that it's the old one exists. If the old one does not exist, so if the old one does exist, I stop. If the current one exists, I need to delete it, because whatever it is, it doesn't currently point there. Alright. So yeah, the quotes work. You gonna watch FNAF 2? I don't think so. Binary is there. If it exists. It didn't delete anything. Okay, now also if I... Okay, so now it should exist and it should be linked. Is that the case? It didn't work. It didn't work. What's weird is that it's a larger file, but it says it doesn't point to that, but I thought I tested that before and it did. No, it didn't work before. It didn't work before. Am I supposed to use -s? Is that what I'm missing? I can't use that. Hard link or symbolic link are the same file. So yeah, ln is what I'm using. Check if the file is a symlink. Test the file as regular file. Are not a type of file, just different name. Is a hard link. Checking its link count. What? Okay, so I should be using -s. Okay, so if I just run it again, it should set it up. Yep, it deleted the other one, which I'm sure that doesn't delete it from here. Okay, it's still there. Good, alright. And then it's highlighted light blue, so that means if I do read link to Godot, alright, cool. So then I don't need this -f. Although maybe I should use -f. I probably should. No, because if I'm setting it up, it just needs to look like that. Okay, maybe -f is necessary, actually. I finally decided. Okay, so now, if I run it, it's going to skip early. Cool, current target. Or sorry, read link of this. Current target is the same path, right? Oh wait, no. Oh, no. Current target is the current. I can't remember my own script that I wrote 10 seconds ago. Alright, these are equal to each other. And then we exit 0. because the link is already made. All right. Now, I do have this where I want production to be off. Use LLVM equals yes. Oh, it's supposed to be equals yes. I read it like that. Build ls. All right, cool. And then it's the same target, so then we're good. All right, cool. All right, honestly, I am not testing anything else. That's good. And actually, I'm gonna change the command up a little bit. This should be LLVM. And nothing else. It should just be dash LLVM. And I'll do this, then echo skipping build, else. Skipping build, and then I guess I can do something here. So echo. Also, why did echo not happen? Oh, because I didn't do dash s. That would be why. Steam Symlink is up to date. And then I would say I guess I can do some stuff here. That. And then here I would just say echo skipping build. Steam, right? I didn't get rid of that one. Yeah, link Steam should be on. But dash L isn't a real thing, so then it just breaks. Okay, now if I do this, unknown argument dash L exiting. Right. Toys R Us back. You're going to the store? No, I don't think so. Netflix now owns the Nemesis system? What? Dude, what? Are you making things up? No. Warner Bros. Owned it. Okay. Any exits where I don't write anything? Nope. Everything seems good. How dare you suggest I'm making things up? It's not unlike you. So these echoes I can get rid of. I guess I'll actually say echo wow, when did I ever lie to you? Dude. You literally have like a message combo that like says something. I said that's crazy, and then you said I just made that up. Or something like that. I just read it like that. You got traumatized? This was very recent. You see the car example I sent? I saw you sent something. I haven't looked at anything yet, though. I will not do that again. Okay. Dude just said he's not gonna tell a lie again. I think, like, you just can't say that. Fidelity printing. Skipping build. Steam Symlink is up to date. Cool. So when I build, yeah, unfortunately it just doesn't return the build output file, which is really sad that it doesn't do that. Is there possibly a file that contains the last written thing? No. SCons, what is this? Okay. Nothing. You know, Netflix is making GPUs. Okay. I don't know that, and it doesn't matter to me either. So Steam path. Maybe I should call it engine path. I'll just leave it like that. It's gonna be the last lie. Okay. What do I do if it's... Because I use Steam directory here. If it exists. Otherwise, if it doesn't, current bin. I guess if it's empty, then it should probably be the current path. Or I guess it would be that slash or no slash. Where do I use Steam directory? There. If it exists, then I want to do some things. Otherwise, I'm using... Yeah, okay. Now, what if I write... Yeah, there should be something after it. So it should say... Honestly, I don't even know. So I'm just gonna leave it. Alright, that one seems good. So now whenever I run it, I would do build like this. It's gonna check everything. Then it's just done. Oh, it should say something there. If link Steam, then run it again. I don't know why I'm testing it, but I'm testing it anyway. Now, for me, I would like how do I have a fall through case? I probably make it a function up here, don't I? Do I pass arguments? I don't need to pass arguments. I don't need to pass arguments. Should just be able to put this up here. No, it won't do that. Nice. All right, cool. Very nice. Okay. So now I want to move on to the terrain 3D thing. Okay. Whoops. Interesting. Okay, so I'm just renaming this to build. And then should all just be like that. Building release binary, building debug binary. Yeah, that should just be that. And then I guess you'd have to manually copy it. Yeah, I don't want it to copy during that. So yeah, just do that. And I'll have a setup. Well, actually, I guess what I would do is I would have... I can check if this is an empty... path. What is this run build here? Interesting. Is that actually there? Online? It's not there. Weird. Wait, what? Terrain 3D double. Interesting. Okay. I was wondering what's like. How does any of that work? Also, there's a custom here. What's the custom? Precision double, yes. Use LVM, yes. Which is honestly kind of unnecessary. Because run build does that. Or at least the LLVM part. So if this... One sec. Alright. Window has been flipped. Can I do... Wow, yeah, that's not correct at all. Alright, cool. Alright, so I should just delete this file. Delete that file. Because those won't exist. And close this. Please save or discard. I would like to... I don't know how to discard without closing everything. Okay. Alright, so I saw something that was like check. Bash. Check if directory is empty. If ZLSA path. Okay. Alright, so build. So build, I believe, yeah, so this should require this. Like that. 3 spaces for a tab. Crazy person. So it has to be present and it has to be compiled. I guess I can just check if... I guess I can just check if these exist. Okay, so yeah, I'm not really looking for an empty directory. I am just checking if a file exists, so. So I would need template debug double. I need debug double and release double. Can I spread these on multiple lines like this? Or just not even written like that either? Just type a reload? I'm not sure how I wrote that word. That wasn't even like a typo, I just should have wrote out reload. If either one of these does not exist, okay, now I actually do this. Instagram has automatic AI voice for video. Awesome. Ugh. It was empty. So if it's empty, I have to do what? I just have to do them. This is the command. Now the issue is I don't want to do this. I only want to do this if there's certain stuff here. So I'm going to copy all that. Whoops. I didn't know I could do that. Wow, really? Why did it let me do that? That's really annoying. I hit Control-Shift-Z and that just like instantly terminates what I was running. That's really annoying. How do I copy something from here to there? Copy. Awesome. Okay, I got it. So I need to have something for the submodule. This has to be turned on for it to happen. Compile, Rain 3D. Optionally compiling. Right, okay. Build, options, help, and then this would be same thing. I do want use LLVM. And this would be I init. Right, all this comes down. That is not a thing that you would want to do. Folder's empty, and then I'll go to CPP if missing. Okay. Init submodules and then compile Godot. Do that. This is G. Use LLVM and its submodule. That's gone. Okay. Alright, so now I gotta go back and write all this code again, make sure I save it. Alright, if the file paths, I have them open on the side, I can read it from here. Can we stop doing that? That's really annoying. Can I copy? Nope. Nope. So I only need to do this if checking that they exist. So, well, I guess first I would actually check if the directory is empty, and then, so if it is empty, and I don't care about any else happening. And I guess I'll do like as Godot 0. If this is empty, I check if this is not empty. Otherwise, I need to do some echo here and an exit, because I know I can't do anything. Edit submodule. So the command that I'll be running is that command, and then is it $sign question mark? Yeah. Is that it? Not equal to 0? NE0, yeah. Yeah, otherwise I would say SI to I guess let's say pass I to automatically realize it, or initialize it manually with a command. Am I allowed to use backticks like that? I guess not. Okay, then we would Well, I guess I actually guarantee that it's present at this point, so I don't need that then. Either make sure it's present or I'm not doing it. The directory is empty, so I can't possibly build anything, right? Okay, and then I need this path to exist. If either one of these do not exist, I guess I would actually say if this as debug would be equal to its test, right? Let me check this. If statements reference to the command test. So test has a return value. Okay, test has a return value, which is 0 or 1. 1 if it's true, 0 if it's false. Return false is equal to the string comparison, equal to the numeric comparison. Wait, so false is 1 and true is 0? Crazy. Okay. So what? Right, honestly, I'm just gonna write. I'm just gonna write this. Okay. So if Or alright, so I check either one of these. If this is empty though, if compile Godot is empty, echo, missing Godot. They must be compiled. Order. Build. Train 3D. Compile them. Debug. And release. Manually. Or pass. Would be G. I want it to be in this order. Okay. And now that we can, I can just write the if again. Debug binary. So I would actually do like CD. Do this. And then this thing again. So it would be here during build. Just like that. And then I guess I would do CD backup. I don't know if I have to do that, but whatever, I like that anyway. And this should be identical for the release. Okay. Then this is misspelled. Oh, and then use LLVM. I need to have that. Is it written like that? Yeah. Just double checking. Okay. Can I... How can I... One sec. All right. I'm sure there is a way to do it. But honestly, I kind of don't really care. So. Okay. Good. Yeah, probably what it should be is like scons, all of this, and then target equals, and then, or target equals template, and then I would like add release or debug, and then use LLVM. All right, I'm just gonna look that up. How do I do that? Execute a bash command stored as a string with quotes and asterisks. Eval. Double, single, double. Okay, so it's just eval. Um, how do I? I think I can just write it like this, right? Right. Probably. Let me just check. String variables. Oh. Like this. Okay. Well, I was doing like a complex way for no reason. What is it? Also, I feel like I should just do like I should just do this. And then if this is true, then that. Debug, release. Cool. All right. And then if has debug, I guess I'll actually write it here. Actually, no, because I Yeah, so I know that down here I have both of them at this point. So I can just write it out. And I'll do I just copy all this. I don't know why I'm doing that. Target equals template. And then this would be I do debug first. Then I would say 0 and then that. That, okay, good. And then putting debug, same thing. Or I say release first, but I actually wrote debug there. Init, compile, and use LLVM are all empty. Return value 0. Should honestly just write like that. That shouldn't be up there. Okay. Build, and then technically it would be -A. Building release binary. Okay, so it's not exactly that. Also, why is it doing that? It shouldn't be doing that. Do I have to run like this? That one worked. Weird. Alright, now that's correct. Or is it? Yeah, that's correct. But it should say, like... like that. Why does this one take so long? I didn't think it should be doing any of this. Oh, I guess it is. Weird. So why doesn't it mention that? Hmm. Oh, now it's doing these. I did pass dash A, right? And dash A works. I guess I'll find out whatever I ran in a second. No, because now it's actually compiling those. Yeah, so now I'm actually confused. Odd. One sec. Okay. Alright, what is I run it again? Cool, okay. Now, if I do this, is it going to... does it keep doing this over and over? No, it looks like I skipped it. Oh, no, it is just going to do it over and over. Well, whatever. I guess it has to recompile them. Because they're probably, like, writing over each other's stuff. Or it says it's up to date, actually. So, alright. Okay. It looks like it worked. And of course I should probably test this. Cool, and actually I just realized I should probably format it like this. Should I? No. No, that might be... I don't know. I feel like that's kind of confusing. Chill. Yeah, I think it's maybe a little confusing. I don't know. Maybe I should put it at the bottom of the list if I do that. Or no, I should just do an empty line and then continue with that. That's what it should be. That's what it should be. Okay. I'm gonna do that. Same thing up here. And then I guess this becomes this thing. Cool. And honestly, I maybe... No, I'll just leave it like that. That's all fine. Okay, now I have to, of course, do this test where I just delete everything here. It doesn't even work. I have to do one line at a time. So does it say? Yeah, it says get submodules. Maybe I actually can just delete that folder itself. And then I'm assuming submodules, path. Okay. Alright, now what happens? So I should just be passing nothing. And it should do nothing. Cannot access... Well, I guess I figured it out, at least. So, there's that. Let me do this. If it does not exist... Oh, and this needs to be a slash. That's a mistake. How did that work? Was it saying that I was doing that? Building Godot release binary. Yeah, it should have skipped that. Okay. So yeah, that was... Alright. if it is not a directory or it is empty, all of that. Some module is not present, pass out, automatically initialize it. -I. Some module checked out. Yes, the folder was literally gone. And now it's here and it's got stuff. That's really fast. How is it so fast? Windows 11 has become buggy, but a mess even with Tim Sweeney. Or even Tim Sweeney is begging them on Twitter to debloat it. The Bethesda devs infected Windows devs. Windows was already like a mess at like 8. Windows 8 was already getting bad. Windows 8 was already like, I was noticing a trend with laptops. If I had a laptop with Windows on it, it would last about 3 months before it would start being, the performance of the laptop would just like be cut in half. And if I ever tried to open a laptop I haven't opened in like a year on Windows, I would be waiting like a half an hour before I could use a computer. Let me make it my joke in peace. Dude, at least Bethesda games launch. At least the game starts. Like that's a struggle for Windows. Windows has a hard time starting. They're not. Alright, cool. So if I just run this again, missing Godot CPU libraries must be compiled. Automatically do this. At that point I need to do that. Awesome. So it says building Godot debug binary. Fallout 4 as we speak it can't run. Fallout 4? Yeah, okay. If it Fallout 76, I'd be like, no one plays it, so who cares? But Fallout 4, like, there's no way they're updating that game. Oh wait, no, they were trying to do the same thing with Skyrim, right? Where they put like their own mod loader on it or something. But you're supposed to pay for the mods. Fallout 4 is a buggy mess. I don't think so. I've never had a bug while playing that game. I literally haven't, actually. I'm trying to think if anything weird happened when I was playing Fallout 4, and I can't remember a single obvious mistake that I was like playing and I was like, yeah, that's a bug. They broke it with a new update. Well, fortunately for me, I played it before that. What are they even updating? I thought they were done with that game. This takes a long time. These are small files too, by the way. Every one of these files is like 50 lines or less. I'll demonstrate it. Gen source classes. Gen source classes. Okay, that was 200 lines, but yeah. Every one of these files is like a 50 lines or less. Okay, this is another long one. Maybe they're kind of long, but you know, they're very simple. These are not big files. Why does this take so long? Cool. Okay. They added new Nothing Burger for the next season of the show. Interesting. I actually know exactly how to do this. To do. Okay. Cool, that's all I should have to do. And I guess on the terrain 3D one, I probably need to add... Yeah, let me modify the readme here. How do I write a link? I know exactly how to write a link. I don't know why I'm asking myself. I know exactly how to do it. Also, there's examples like right beneath it. One. Execute, is it dump API? Dump extension API. Execute Godot dump extension API after compiling my Nope, nope, nope. I meant to do this. There. I think I just do that. Yeah, same thing. Copy the file. Extension API. To this directory. Run the build script. Is it this? Add-ons terrain underscore 3D. Located at project. My latest binaries to zombie game repo. Cool. Winning every game on JQ. That's awesome. Joker Queen is pretty cool. Missing almost done with a comp sprint. Right. What's the warning? Do I have the warning signs here? Nope. I have some repro where I'm like, warning. And then I have warnings. I just don't know what's... Oh, I bet I know. Nope. Okay. Okay. Wait, why are there so many of those? Okay. I thought it was warning. I just wanted to be sure. Whoa, what is happening? That was really, really laggy. What is going on? No, what's happening? Why is this dying? Actually, yeah, at this point I can say it's a highly modified version. Yeah, writing like a new line is really laggy. I don't know why. Okay. Alright. I will be back in just a minute. Or a few minutes. him back. Or just doggy calling his slave. No. I probably should go and get lunch, shouldn't I? Yeah, probably. Alright. I came back for just a second, but yeah, I'm gonna go and get lunch now. So I'll be back in just a minute. I am back. I have food, and I'm going to eat. All right. There was also... I got a recommendation for something, and I stupidly just didn't save it. I don't know why I didn't save it. I don't know if it was on... It might have been on this account. Well, I'm watching that one. I'm gonna be watching this one. I don't think I see it here. I don't think it was this one. I don't think it was this one. It was... No, it definitely wasn't. It was some, like... It was like one of these. It was like a few hundred... Not a few hundred. It was like 80k views or something. It's not like... It wasn't like a published game. Dang. I should have saved that. Because it did look interesting. Alright, well... Blood, a refreshed supply. I'll be honest, it's kind of funny. Red glowing eyes. It's kind of a meme. Alright. Tell me the title or description, I'll find it. I have no idea. I don't remember. I think all the most I remember from it was it might have had about 80k views or 8k views. I think there was the number 8. Eight-player split screen? That can't be real. 8-player split screen? Was this an old Doom clone? That's funny. Even the guitar they were using. Even the guitar here at the end, like, listen to this. Alternate universe Doom, I guess. But, once again, non-offensive or just music that really works with it over gameplay. That's just the formula. That's just how you should make a trailer. All right, I'm gonna watch this. This is like loosely related to the game, but is as far as I know, it's basically like the name of the game and like the concept. That's it.
I see that question in your eyes. For what purpose do we remain alone in the dark?
Beginning the descent. Cruising depth in roughly 2 minutes. Stand by.
I ask myself that very same question.
I'm seeing some voltage irregularities on the instrument, so keep an eye out for sparks or flames or anything like that.
Why would there be flames? You did test this thing, right?
This is the test. Closing porthole shielding.
Where's the reason for this quiet rapture? Too few to rebuild, too many to feed.
You're the first one down. All we have are surface scans, that's why you're there. Well, one of the reasons.
Can we just agree this is important? Food, air. We need this, not just the COI, all of us. We need this.
There aren't enough of us left to be throwing lives away, but there is too much at stake not to take calculated risks. Eden doesn't understand that. You don't understand that!
I just want to live. Is that so wrong? Why doesn't anybody else want that?
His voice is wasted. The blood is way too fake. Well, you know the game, right? It's an ocean of blood. That's not blood. Yeah, they did not use real blood. So he's inside of a submersible and diving into an ocean that is like just blood. It's just straight up blood. Premiere tonight? What does he mean premiere tonight? What does he mean premiere tonight? I don't know. Cool though. I will be going to watch that. I'm interested in that movie. How many of these has he made? He's made like 4, perhaps, or maybe even 5. Like the Choose Your Own Adventure YouTube series, which effectively they record as much footage as you record for a movie, probably even more. So I'm interested in it because he's done a lot of film and production. Very cool. I forgot this. Did I?
Hello everyone, you may know me as Rebel's Eyes and I'm the project lead on Skyblivion. Following our roadmap
Why did it default to 480p?
at the start of this year, I wanted to give you all an update about where Skyblivion is in its development cycle and what we have left to finish before its actual release. In 2023, we set our aims to wrap up development and release it in 2025. Unfortunately, as we're getting closer to the end of this year, it pains me to have to announce that our initial goal of releasing Skyblivion this year is no longer possible. Despite the game being in the best state it's ever been, we still have some last challenges to overcome that are going to require a little bit more time. This is something we have known for a while, but we did not want to announce a delay without also sharing our current plans and ambitions for the release of the project. Before we get into the rest of the video, I do want to say I appreciate the support over the years, and understand this will come as a disappointment to some of you. However, it's not all bad news. Many parts of
So what
the
exactly
project
is
are in great
Skyblivion?
shape, and to be as
Is it just
transparent as
Oblivion
possible, I would like to run
in
you through
Skyrim?
the overall status of Skyblivion and explain what we have achieved so far and what we need to finish before we can release our game. One of, if not the biggest challenge for the project has always been our world map, and luckily this is 100% finished. Because of that, we have uploaded a little treat to our website for all of you, an interactive satellite map, which you can use to take a closer look at our world. We put a lot of hard work into making sure that every region on the map
doesn't really
feels
look
unique,
like
and
Skyrim,
we're very
though.
proud and very happy with how it has turned out. This includes all unique realms and Oblivion Deadlands. All quest dungeons have been completed. We have painfully remade these locations in our own image to provide a totally unique experience, unlike anything you've seen in Oblivion. This also includes some amazing boss battles and unique quest rewards. We do have a few unfinished random dungeons left to do, but we're mostly finished with this part of the project. The majority of interiors, such as the houses, the shops, the castles, the stables, chapels, and inns, have been completed, but we are currently waiting on the 3D assets of the Imperial City to be finished, as many interior locations are located inside this part of the map. We estimate that we will be able to finish all locations by the end of the year, which leaves room for quest finalization at the start of 2026. All the major cities have been completed, excluding the parts of the Imperial City. A big goal for us has been to add more character to all the different areas of the game and to further enhance the experience of exploring the rich and bustling cities of Cyrodiil. In case you forgot, these are Anvil,
It just doesn't look like
Bravil,
Skyrim.
Bruma, Cheydinhal,
It looks
Coral,
very, very different.
Leywin, Skingrad, and unfortunately, a totally destroyed Kvatch, which does contain its own redesign and very exciting encounters. Finishing the worlds, dungeons, and cities and interiors is well and good, but without NavMesh, nothing will work as intended. As we finish areas on the map or interior locations, the NavMesh team has to go over them and put down a grid made out of triangles in order for NPCs like people or monsters to move around. Because some parts of the game remain unfinished, our team was unable to work on all locations. But as we finish up the remaining areas, they too can be completed. The estimate for completion of quest-relevant locations is Q4 2025. And NavMesh as a whole, including QA, will be wrapped up by Q1 2026. Our 3D department is mostly out of work, which is a good thing. We managed to finish all the weapons, armors, clothing, clutter, plants, and the majority of our architecture assets, except for the Imperial City. The game world has the hard work of our 3D artists to thank for looking as good as it does. Weapons, armors, and clothes are a highlight for us, as we invested extra time and effort to make sure that these got redesigned to be unique, cool, and beautiful.
So they basically are doing like a
look
full
just like
remaster
you
of
want them
Oblivion,
to.
I guess.
Since we don't have a lot of new 3D assets coming in anymore, our implementation department has been working on putting the last low priority assets into the game. This has been mostly completed at this point. As we are playtesting though, we are finding assets that need to be animated or replaced with similar counterparts from Skyrim. Currently this is being tracked as we find them, and our goal is to finish these by the end of the year. Implementation of quests is going somewhat smoothly, but unfinished locations, such as the Imperial City, are blocking the department from progressing further. As locations open up, the goal is to finish quests by Q1 2026, giving us enough time to playtest for a release. In order to clear the way for mechanics and get all menus running, we have been transitioning to a more Skyrim-like UI design. If time allows, we will work on a reskin to bring our original designs to life, but for now, we need to focus on functionality first. This allows us to create a solid framework to build upon and make sure that the UI is consistent and finished first. We estimate that this will be achievable by Q1 2026. As a relatively new department, the mechanics team is making solid progress overall. Our primary focus right now is on enhancing the player experience, which requires us to gather feedback from the team members as they play the game. Once the user interface for the perk menu is implemented, we plan to invite playtesters to participate in actual playthroughs of the game. Their insights will help us identify areas that need improvements. We estimate by the end of the year that most major systems such as alchemy, spells, perks, and crafting will be complete, allowing us enough time to test and iterate. Something we have been working on secretly in the background is our final fight cinematic between Akatosh and Mehrunes Dagon. There's a team of professional animators working on this incredible cinematic, but we have run into issues with its production, as animation takes a long time to produce and we lack the people available to create and render the final scene. If you or anyone you know has skills in this area, we would appreciate you applying so we can ensure the cinematic gets the love it deserves. We are specifically looking for a renderer, a set dresser, a VFX artist, and a destruction sim artist. We all want to release a well-running and well-functioning game. As we move closer to the release date, the goal will be to spend as much time as possible polishing, balancing, and fixing our game for you guys to finally play. There's no real deadline for this, as I expect we will be working on this until the day of release. Additionally, as you guys get your hands on Skyblivion and report bugs, we will surely have more work.
You're the cone-breathing
Some
dragon.
departments' work is dependent on others, which is why we try our best to prioritize finishing the work in the order that is most relevant to Skyblivion's overall progress. We plan on releasing Skyblivion and supporting it with bug fixes after its initial release. Additionally, we also have ambitions to add custom content and the original Oblivion DLCs, like the Shivering Isles and the Knights of the Nine. Some of the content we've discussed adding after our initial release are spellcrafting, Oblivion-like UI reskins, dynamic dungeons, grave robbing, more creature variety, followers and hirelings, even more unique weapons and armors, and more spells, just to name a few. I personally hope that some of you will work on your own mods for Skyblivion, that we can maybe include in future updates as well. With this in mind, there are some things that despite our best efforts, we are not going to be able to ship on release. We had partially working underwater combat, but due to its major conflicts with animation mods and technical issues with the game, we've decided that Skyblivion will function as a better experience for players without it. Currently, the system we had just creates too many risks and conflicts, which is why we decided to cut this feature from the game. Spellcrafting is also something we showed off some years ago. We had a very talented modder help out with the mechanic, and he left the project after he finished his work.
Modder.
Unfortunately, due to the way the mod was made, it broke after a couple of Skyrim updates, and the source code was never shared.
Okay, so they are making
Unuseful
Oblivion in
for us.
Skyrim.
Both spellcrafting and underwater
No
combat
skate cars,
are
I have a
features we
chance.
would like to add to the game at a later date. With all that in mind, we remain hard at work, and I do hope that you will wait a little longer for Skyblivion. The game is closer than ever, and with the Imperial City being our last major hurdle, and some more time to polish and
Why
complete
does it look so
quests,
different?
Skyblivion will finally release in 2026. We thank you all for your continued support of this ambitious project I started more than 10 years ago, and I really genuinely cannot wait to get Skyblivion into your hands.
Skyblivion. Such a silly name. How much did this cost them? Are they paying anybody? Volunteer. No. It cost them their time. $12 packs of Newports. I don't think it would be a smart idea for them to try and pay people to do this, because that can get expensive very quickly, and you're not guaranteed to get anything good. I might even say if you're paying somebody, you're almost guaranteed to get something worse quality than someone who's volunteered. Because the guy who volunteers wants it to be good, the guy who gets paid wants to get paid. So I hope it is volunteer only. Alright, I'll be right back. All right. What? Custom version. There we go. Execute that. Okay. And then pretty much adding everything, right? Yeah. Cool. In style space. Original readme. So yeah, I should delete use LLVM there. That should just be deleted. And those ones can stay like this. Just deleting those lines and then deleting that script. And then I should probably restore the editor config. The Star Wars Disney 2 expansion is the weakest player number traction on Steam ever. Oh. Did that already release? Yeah, their marketing was garbage. Their marketing was actually just trash. Next to Path of Exiles 2, Exile 2's expansion. Damn. All right. But did he do this? I asked Ryan to push the code that he added to make it build for Windows, and then I don't think he did. He did not. Okay. I should have had him send it when we were doing it. Whoa. I've been hit with tired. Damn. I wasn't going to mention it yet, but like the past few days, I've just been like 100% all the way up till like till I have to end stream. Like I was ending stream because I was like, okay, it's too late, I have to stop. Oh no. Oh no. I can use prompt injection. Oh, use prompt to inject. Use what? Windows 11 AI. Ask AI to hack people now. Thank you, Windows 11. Yeah. Didn't, who was it? Was it Anthropic? Someone supposedly, some AI company supposedly lied about their AI being used to hack people. Apparently. Okay, we're good. All right. Okay. Add build section. Anthropic. They bragged. I thought it was that there's too many questions about how would they know who did it and why hasn't it been reported, is the thing. And they aren't sharing any of that information. Thanks for following, Macario. I use Arch by the way. Wow, same. Awesome. I don't want to write the PowerShell scripts, mainly because I can't test them right now. And I want to be able to effectively test them anyway because I don't have Windows build tools. What am I doing? Why am I looking at OBS right now? What was I gonna do on OBS? I am so... Wow. I'm so tired. My mind is like shut off. Jeez. Alright. Update title. What are we on? Is this 13, 14? What am I on? 14. Oh, man. I use NeoVim? Yeah, I do. You hear what Olmec needs? Okay. I don't have it set up very well, though. I set up like a bunch of stuff for it, and then I just never used it. I went straight to Godot. And I pretty much only open it effectively just to edit some of the engine files every now and then. Every cool hip tool you can think of, I don't, actually. I have Vim and Tmux and that's it. Or NeoVim and Tmux and that's it. The thing is with Tmux, I even set that up and like I only actually started using it like a week ago. I had all of it set up and I just didn't use it because I was on Godot and I forgot how to use it. And then I avoided using it. No. That's not true. I was asking because I might want to learn something about NeoVim. It's really hard to get into. I don't think so. It's really, what is it? I might compare, maybe I haven't used it enough to really make like this comparison correctly, but I might compare it to the equivalent of using JavaScript and using NPM. Vim is JavaScript and NeoVim is NPM. Why did I just go to the origin? Oh, because that's another random shortcut that's assigned that I do not want. I feel like I have to keep turning those off. Inside a USB. This is my real face. Yelia's making things up. You said you weren't going to live. Why is the zoom... That's not the right... What? What happened? That's really stupid, actually. What? Like, wait, I'm so confused. Why has like half of the settings been disabled? Or like defaulted. I have some of these settings, some of them are... Why? Why did that change? Where do I change my font size? That is really silly. Why did that change? Was I in 18 or 16? I've literally done this before where I took a screenshot of my code from stream and then I compared it to this. Was it 16 or 18? Probably 16. Did you recompile? Here's the weird thing. I didn't. I know I was running through a bunch of stuff, but I'm pretty sure I did not. Wait, no, it's because it's a symlink now. But why are half of my settings there and the other half aren't? Honestly, I say half. It was like only the code font size. That is so weird. That was the only thing that like didn't... No, it must have been 18. right? Yeah, it was totally 18. I would never do that. Never said that. I'm going crazy. No. I am going crazy. Why did the font size change? That was the only thing that changed. Everything else stayed the same. The only difference now is that I'm running on a soft, or like a sim link, I guess, and not a hard link. But most of the settings, or like all the settings but the font size, are the same. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Just weird. That's just weird. Alright, what am I doing right now? Nothing wrong with you though. I would actually say at this point, Godot and Jolt have had multiple real issues that I had to resolve. What am I doing? What am I doing? I think I'm going to make it so that I can push the vehicle. So how can I push the vehicle? I think a solution, but is this the right solution? A solution would be to place a rigid body on my character and apply velocities to it that are the same as my character. Here's the disconnect. Here's the disconnect. When I do motion, I move and slide. It's always a move and slide. I guess what I could do. It doesn't really work, does it? Alright, I know when I said like the hardest part was over, this might actually be a hard thing. So the way it currently works is it basically just reads in my inputs and tries to move the character without colliding with anything. Essentially that's what it does. But if I hit something that can be moved, technically I slide off of it. One second. Technically, I slide off of it, and I don't apply any force to the object. One thing that I could do, and probably it's the only solution I really have, is to have a rigid body. Okay, so here's how physics process works. I believe everything happens in physics prior to calling physics process. One exception for that is integrate forces, which can be called during the physics tick, or I guess before physics process. I believe that's the order. So what I could do is I could have a rigid body just stuck to the player that I read in my current player velocity, and I just apply that to the rigid body. And the idea there, here's the issue with this thing that I have to make sure I do correctly, is that if I move and slide and then apply forces to objects, when I collide with an object, I'm going to be very slippery. It's going to be hard for me to push things because my character is going to keep drifting off the side or something while the object in front of me moves away. So essentially, I'm just going to it's going to look like I'm sliding a lot. More than I should be. Like it might even feel like I'm frictionless when I'm pushing something. Because I'm just sliding like crazy. So what I will need to do is I need to move things before my character moves. So I guess I would take in my character's previous velocity, do something where I can, I guess, essentially compute this movement direction, or I guess this velocity, right? So really what I want to have is velocity. All the modifications of velocity. And then I would use that velocity and apply that to a rigid body. And then my virtual character will try to take the same path of computed velocity. And then I move and slide if I need to. And then I just have to keep updating the velocity of the rigid body. And I guess if the rigid body gets too far away from my character center, then I have to teleport it. Which should be safe to do. Because the character will always end up in a spot that is not intersecting anything. It should. I could even make that collider slightly smaller than the character. So if I do teleport it, I'm guaranteed it should be a pretty safe place. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Okay, so how can I split this so that update movement is called prior to all physics calculation, and then, or actually I guess it would be update velocity. Let me check this. I bet I probably have something I can do. So, scene... No servers? No. Modules, Jolt. Jolt physics server? Spaces, Jolt physics, direct space, update. No, it's not this one either, is it? It's definitely not this one. It's layers. It's somewhere stupid, I think. That doesn't make any sense. Space. Pre-step. Contact listener. Object. Post-step. Oh, physics system update. Wait, what? All right, let me look for this, I guess. A 1,000. Main loop. Would it be a comma? Notification physics process. Okay. So I'm looking for notification physics process. Okay. Scene tree. If physics. Is this the spot? That looks like all translation. This is it. Okay. Process group physics. Process group thread. Physics. Okay, so this isn't called like that. So it's likely called from process group? Groups thread? Process group thread? Process... What is this? Underscore process physics. Okay. So it all comes from scene tree process. See if it passes true anywhere. Scene tree physics process true. Awesome. Physics process. Yeah. Oh man. Is this it? Okay. Main iteration. Input, engine, physics server 3D, sync, flush. Is that it? It calls physics server sync. Oh, wait. Wait, what? It calls if get main loop physics process. No, I get it. We sync, we flush, and then we finish syncing, which I'm assuming is just like another sync. And then we're out of physics. It says we're out of physics at this point. And then it runs physics server step. Okay. And then it runs a process take. Okay. So actually, physics process happens before the physics server is stepped, which I thought it was the other way around. It might be better that way. That might be better. I guess this is when it's quitting, so it's breaking out of that. So yeah, user code physics processes run before physics server step happens. So which notably is also before process happens. So this means I can... Honestly, yeah, I kind of have an issue with that. I kind of have an issue with that. I do have an issue with that. What's the message queue? There's a message queue there. I'm assuming the message queue is any like signals. That's my guess. But it gets flushed before the physics server steps as well. So main loop iteration end. What is this? Main loop iteration end. I think this is in core probably. A real header file for once. Actually, that's kind of nuts. That had no definitions. Or, yeah, no definitions. Just, never mind. It technically has 2 definitions. Almost a perfect header file. What? Wait, iteration end virtual is nothing. What? Calls iteration end. I'm getting something. Is the scene tree a main loop? No, surely not. Why is the scene tree a main loop? Alright, well, what does iteration prepare and iteration end do? In the scene tree. If physics interpolation enabled. Okay. Iteration end. If physics interpolation enabled. Damn. This is weird. All right, here's what I need to do. When the physics tick starts, I need to calculate a velocity that I'm going to apply to the player body. Then what I want to do is I want to apply that to the rigid body on the player and let it do its thing. And then after the physics server steps, then on my side, I move and slide the player. That order isn't supported though. So that I need to make that supported. I need to be able to do that. I need to be able to run code specifically before the physics step and specifically after the physics step. I could move this after this. I could do that. Would that be better? No, because I want to run code before the physics step or after the physics step. That's what I want to do. It's possible. I can bind it to... I can do this. I can... I believe... Okay, I'm assuming message queue is signals. So what is message queue? This is main. Wait, where is this file? M main. Oh, main. What's message queue? Not there. What? Setup 2. Okay. What is it? What? Or object message queue. Promising that it's an object? A message has a callable and arguments. Okay. Just for no reason at all. For no reason at all, we made this an interface. Okay. For no reason at all. Cool. So message queue get singleton, get main singleton. That's a lot of usage. Call deferred. Awesome. That's pretty much all I needed to see. Pretty much all I needed to see. So how does an emit signal work? Is it signal emit? Okay. Emit underscore signal. Anything with the message queue? Or no, signals are emitted in place. Never mind. Oh no, I can connect deferred. And then it... Sweet, sweet, awesome, awesome, awesome. So... Don't I have a physics post-step signal? Do I actually have that? Suddenly I get a feeling that I probably have that. Small little hack. Physics server 3D step. For every active space, we do all that, and then it runs. Free step. Post step. So there is nothing after that? Because essentially I want to get into this message queue somehow. I should be able to get into that from... Here's my idea, alright? So character base becomes a... I'd need to have a class in Godot to do this, where essentially I have the standard rigid body thing where I might not even need it, but essentially physics process, I compute a velocity from physics process. Really, I can probably compute it from the rigid body state update, which should be a threaded system. So that might even help speed things up. So that would run code. Essentially, that would just be a signal where it says, yeah, integrate forces, basically. I call integrate forces. I compute my velocity. I assign it to the rigid body. Then, somehow Physics Server 3D needs to give me something. No, I think step actually includes that. So I can do a signal. I can emit a signal that says, I can emit it, I don't know. Essentially, I have to I think it would do emit signal, and then I have to connect to that signal with a call deferred, or connect deferred, so that it adds it to the message queue. I add it to the message queue here, the whole physics server steps, and then down here I run this, or this happens, it flushes, and then I can move and slide my character after everything in the world has moved. Right? And then at that point, after I move and slide, I can teleport the rigid body back to the player and set it to the final velocity after moving and sliding. I think that'd be close enough. I think that would give me a close enough result. If I'm using a rigid body, I could possibly connect into that myself. The rigid body just has to have some kind of signal that it emits in order for me to get into the message queue. You know what I wonder? I wonder if I can actually just straight up connect to the message queue. Actually, yeah, if I just do call deferred in the integrate forces, all right, that's an idea. Underscore body state changed. All right, so this is what I'm looking for. I'm trying to figure out where body state changed is called. Set state sync callback. That's where it's set. It has to be defined somewhere. Jolt physics server, body set state sync callback, set state sync callback. What now? Body set state sync callback. Oh, it is a Godot. Wait, what? No, body's a jolt body, set state, sync, callback. Was it an underscore? What? Set state, sync, callback, jolt body. Why is it being stupid? Oh, because it's in line. Smart. State sync callback. So smart. All queries. Damn. Is this... Do I not get this? It happens in flush queries, doesn't it? Which is all the way up here. Alright, so I guess I have to look at physics server 3 and figure out if I can run something in end sync or step. I have to figure that out. In sync step, yeah, it's okay. It's all there. And then there's step. So active, jolt space active. Base step. Job system pre-step. Job system post-step. Okay. Contact listener? Do I have something possibly from contact listener? Jolt contact listener 3D. First step, flush contacts, flush area exits, flush area enters. Oh. That's not a thing though. I actually need to be able to do this. Specifically after the space steps. Hmm. I'm not seeing anything. When exactly does flush queries happen? Before physics process. Alright, what's the step here? Step calls physics system update. Any possible stuff there? I doubt it. maybe I could do this here. I could say right here, like main loop pre-physics step, main loop post-physics step, and it would basically just be that's probably what I need, right? And it would essentially just be signals, because that's what scene tree does here, mid signal. So I could get the scene tree and connect to the signal, and then right. Okay, here's an idea. I need to think about what happens both when the player walks into the vehicle and when the vehicle runs into the player, essentially. Because these are the same interaction. So I may just be able to put a rigid body like slightly inside of the player. The player no longer collides with the vehicle. Instead, the player would essentially just, if nothing else, pass straight through the vehicle. But that physical collider inside of the player will make contact with the vehicle and be stopped. So the player will still move and slide, but then basically here's what happened. Integrate forces. We assign the velocity of the player to the rigid body. This happens before the physics server steps. We move and slide the player. We assign the velocity to the rigid body. The server okay, here's where I don't like it, because that means it's really slidey when you collide with the vehicle, right? At some point, I have to reconcile the rigid body and the player's velocity together, right? So if the rigid body is suddenly like outside of the player, we assign that velocity, that difference, as a velocity to the player. If it's big enough, we say, all right, we're going to ragdoll the player or something like that. The player's going to go flying. Essentially, we disable the virtual body and just follow the rigid body as it moves until it like recovers or something. Then, if I'm pushing into something, the rigid body should be taking my velocity and assigning it essentially my velocity pre-slide, which sucks because, like I said, we're going to end up sliding all over the place. So that's the one thing I really don't like about this. I would prefer to move and slide the player outside of physics process with the physics server itself. I would prefer that. But I would still like code to run. I still want to script. Like, I want to be able to write in Godot and immediately see what happens. Because I still have so many problems with player movement. It's kind of ridiculous. If I can go and move it to the physics server, that would get a huge boost to pathfinding and movement like that, because one, we're running C, we're running a compiled code, and two, it's batched with jobs, which can be threaded. So you see how many things are here. I have step listeners, I have constraints, collisions, broad phase. Those are like collider creations. Integrate velocity. Solve position constraints. Or I guess it would be solve velocity constraints, integrate velocity. I guess solve velocity constraints does that. And then position constraints does that. I could look at how the vehicle body works and basically just, or I guess the jolt vehicle works, and pretty much imitate that for the player. All right. was gonna say I might have figured it out. It's just an idea. I can put an area 3D around the player. That area 3D can just have the same... Can it have the same shape as the player? Probably. Yeah, it definitely can. That detects it's going to be larger than the player. That detects when it starts to intersect. No. 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 Dude, no. This dog just started putting his head on my trash can while I'm petting him. What's wrong with you, Rhett? Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? He's going back for it. What are you doing? Dude. Oh, man. I could put an area 3D around the player, slightly larger than the player. Rhett. No. No. Stop that. He's still doing it. I'm petting him and he just starts... His nose just starts finding his way into the trash can. Dude. Can you stop doing that? Dog? Quit. As I'm saying, the area 3D is a little bit larger than the player. When rigid bodies enter that area, I can get a callback on that. And I can essentially just apply forces back and forth. So I can detect the velocity of the other object, apply that. That's the issue, right? Applying it back to the player is difficult. I guess I can just use that to determine if I need to ragdoll the player and do that. Because the thing that sucks is that it's just not... Anything I do outside of the physics system, outside of like, you know, step listener, velocity constraints, anything I do outside of that is gonna suck. It's not gonna be very good. I think if I'm going to enable collision between the player virtual body and dynamic bodies that can move back the player, first of all, I need a callback to my script land where I can do something like large impact and ragdoll the player or something. Or not really ragdoll the player, but disable inputs and move the camera to essentially turn off the virtual body and just start. I don't even know this thing. I don't even know. I don't even know. All right. There's essentially two things I can do. Thing one, hacky and kind of hacky, and would result in slippery players when they push against physics objects that they can move. Put a rigid body that is slightly smaller than the player, inside of the player, and inside of integrate physics, or when does that happen? Because queries happens before physics process. Queries, physics process. Okay. So integrate physics happens before physics process. I can read in the previous velocity of the player, or I can just compute the velocity of the player at that point, and assign that velocity to the rigid body, teleport the rigid body to its position that it needs to be at for the player. Not teleport, actually, I'll go back to that later, but essentially teleport it to the player, assign the player's velocity, physics process, we move and slide the player, and then we pray that the rigid body will just push the other body a little bit, and we will slide because we ran physics process first, so we're going to slide. And then cars will move. I can push the car, but my my player is going to slip left and right, and I'm going to have to keep oh my gosh. And I'm going to have to... There's always going to be discrepancy when I'm pushing something. And here's... I feel like this is going to be a very visual result too. When I'm walking into the car, I'm basically going to hit the car, I'm going to stop, the car's going to push forward a little bit, and then I'm going to restart over, push forward, hit the car, the car's going to move forward a bit, and then I'm going to come forward and the car's going to move forward. That's like visually what's going to happen. So it's not even going to be slidey, it's going to be stuttery and slidey. Now, option 2, I write a virtual character. I say write. Jolt already has this. I've seen it. I've looked at it. I don't really like theirs, to be honest. I don't think their virtual character is very good. But essentially here it is. Where is it? So I think determine constraints. I'm honestly not sure where this happens. Solve constraints? Somewhere input is read and it's applied to a velocity. This is a lot more code than I remember there being here. I know I was looking at their walk stairs. Am I, like, I'm really confused about when updates happen, to be honest. I think extended update does everything. What? I am confused. Why is extended updates not called anywhere? Weird. Kind of confused actually. Okay. Apparently I don't remember how this works. Oh wait. What? I'm confused. Samples. Character virtual. What do they do? Character virtual settings, a new character virtual, character versus character collision, and then okay. Virtual test pre-physics update. Extended update. There it is. Yeah, honestly, I'm a little confused. Okay, honestly, I don't remember how this works. It does like pre-physics. Here's the thing. Essentially, I want like a rigid body with step ability. How will I do that? You know what? Character movement's too complicated. I might need to look this up on my own time and figure this out. Because I'm at a total loss for like how to approach this right now. All of the options suck. I'm getting some ideas. I think the area 3D might be the right way to go. Let me see how that even looks. I think an area 3D might be what I need. Yeah, I just have... This is exactly what I already have. So I would have... Oh, Godot's crashing. Okay. Nice. That's cool. Now Steam is crashing. Now my computer's crashing. Alright, I'm back. Wow. Okay. I don't understand what just happened there. That, like... I don't know if you can still hear me, but I said, like, now my computer's crashing. Like, I genuinely thought everything is about to close. Wild. Serves me right for trying to open a menu. Add child node. Like, that's what I clicked and that's what crashed it. So, area 3D. So this would be like rigid zone. Rigid zone is a really bad name, to be honest. That's basically what it is. So now I add a collision shape, and this is just going to be the same as this shape. So copy, and well, not exactly the same shape, but paste is unique. It's going to be up. I don't even know. 28.5. So it's going to be a little bit taller and a little bit larger. So essentially, here's my idea. When a vehicle drives into me, or essentially this area is just going to be detecting, it's just going to be detecting intersections with rigid bodies. When it intersects with a rigid body, it's going to, I guess for now, yeah, maybe this is just where I should start. When it intersects it, it's going to push that object. It's going to add some velocity of that object forward. Why do I make it slightly larger than the player? I make it a little bit larger, I think, because just, I don't know, collision stuff. A larger shape is typically going to be better at detecting collisions that happen. Inherits. And rigid zone, new game. I guess I can start with this. Rigid zone. Alright, so when I ready up, I need to listen to intersections of this area. So I think down here I'll just say like Well, maybe I don't need to do that. I'll just do this. Rigid zone area entered. Emitted when the received area enters this area. Oh. Body entered. I want body entered. We'll call it on body intersect. And then rigid zone should have monitoring, monitorable off, monitoring true. None of that is happening. Collision, this will be... I don't think it needs to have a layer. But I can do physics bone. I mean, I guess technically this counts as character rigid, right? So actually, yeah, I think I will turn that on to monitorable. This might be a good thing to have. Because the zombies won't really push you, I think. But... So character rigid, I guess other players can push you. So if I were to make it multiplayer, this would make it work. Alright. Then I just need a function that's like on body intersect, which is probably going to be near the bottom of all this. It's probably going to be at the bottom. Okay. So this is documented as emitted when the received body enters this area. Body can be a physics body 3D or a grid map. Okay. So I guess for now I can just say if body is jolt vehicle, which is a rigid body, I will apply player mass. What's player mass? Does player have mass? The player is a physics body, but it doesn't... Yeah, it has no mass. So collision... Yeah, so I think it doesn't actually collide with those. It collides with the virtuals and static, but it doesn't collide with rigid. Those are outside. Yeah, okay. So... Yeah, player needs to have some mass, though. Because I should be able to do body... add constant force. I guess it would be apply impulse. So impulse is use the underscore force. Apply force. apply force. So I guess I just apply a force of... It should just be my mass and velocity, right? My mass times velocity. Wait, no, I think it's actually... No, it's not mass times velocity. What is force? Alright, let me look this up. I don't know what unit this is supposed to be in. Apply force. Apply force. Alright, I need to see how to compute this. Someone has to call apply force, right? Damn. Body apply force. Jolt body add force. What? Delete that. Add force, constant force. Never mind. Does anyone ever call add force? I wish I understood this. Maybe the documentation for Jolt explains it. Unit of newtons. Nice. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. At force of newtons. So newtons is... So how do I get newtons from mass and velocity? That's a lie. Is this actually gonna... No, this site just like broken or something. I don't know what they did to that site. It's totally busted. The thing is, force from mass and velocity. But here's the thing, my acceleration is 0. Right? I don't understand. It's gotten so dark. I saw something that was half mass times velocity squared. What is that? What is half mass times velocity squared? Kinetic energy to force. Right? Half velocity. What am I not understanding? I mean, really, what am I misunderstanding? Okay. So, perhaps I just say... This thing, I literally don't know. I literally don't know. I guess I just have to ask myself the question, like, how much force can I apply when I push something? Right? So if something is intersecting the player, the rigid area, how much force am I applying to that? Honestly, not helpful at all. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna say the force is my mass. Half of my mass. Maybe character base should have mass on it. What I don't understand is how does it manage to be that? What does rigid body? Is rigid body what holds mass? It is rigid body. Okay. So character base is going to have an export for I guess in movement. I'll probably put in here like should probably be a range. I don't know what a crazy number is. That seems like a crazy number to me. All right, what's like a mass? Let's say 60. $70. I'll do 70. 70 seems like a fair value, I think. So yeah, movement, and then I would have I guess I should have like a push force. You know what? That actually sounds right. Mass times acceleration. I mean, yeah, this is essentially newtons, right? So I guess probably starts at 0. Player now gets mass and push force. Okay. So I guess I didn't really need mass. I guess what I should actually say is newtons per kilogram. This is maybe a really crazy thing, but Okay. Yeah, Newton's per kilogram is kind of crazy, but so I guess in this case it's probably going to be more like this then, which this would actually stay 0, that'd be 2, this would be like 0, 1, and this would be I guess 5/7, which is 0.714. Okay, allow it to be more precise, please. Okay. Okay, now I've got that. Fly force. So it's body intersect. Bridges. What did these give me? What does Area 3D give me? Yeah, how do I figure out, like, the intersection here? Weird. Okay. Yeah, how do I... Okay, how do I get the overlap? I want to know the overlap. Um... Let me look here. Probably nothing here. Okay. Intersect. It's probably intersect shape, isn't it? Checks intersections of a shape. Turned in an array. No, that's not helpful. I don't just need to know if these are overlapping. I need to know exactly where they overlap. Okay, let me look at this. Okay, because I did something once before where I had like, I used an area 3D of like for like a sword, and I had to spawn sparks at the exact point of collision. So let me look at the script for these, because I might have that. I think when I made it, and I can go look at that code too, but maybe I still have it here. Yeah. All right, let me go poke around. Where did I do this? Where did I do this? There's no script anywhere here. Weird, where's the scripts? Items? Oh, this is it. This should be it. Somewhere here. Physics intersect location. What is this? Physics intersect location. Two collision objects. Oh. So it was get rest info is what I used. Check the intersections of a shape. Check the intersections of a shape. This points where the shapes intersects another. Parameters. Clutter theirs is B is an area. Shape is the collision shape. Shape owner, get owner, 0. As a collision shape. Collision shape dot shape. Collision shape transform. Exclude itself. I know that's necessary. And then get rest info. So intersect point, check whether a point is inside any solid shape. The thing that sucks is this is 1. This is 1. I would prefer to have this max results. Because I can immediately see what happens here. Like say I have just a pile of objects. I walk into them. I can literally push one of them per tick. And only the one that I'm most, that is like nearest to me or whatever that means. So I want to apply that force to like maybe the top 5. I guess I could probably use intersect shape. No, this is all like weird. This is weird stuff. This is really strange. What is this? I get the collision shape of A. And I use the collision mask to the layer of B. But I only get one intersection. Maybe I should just put a rigid body inside the player for collisions. Or possibly, yeah, I can look at the source code and see if I can throw in the intersection point. Let me see. Huh. What is happening? Area create. Okay, what's missing here? Something's missing here. Alright, I guess nothing's missing. I just can't read. I could probably close a bunch of these. Or just all of them. Body enter tree. Body in out. Is there a way I can just like intersect two shapes? Is that a possibility? Area 3D collision object has shapes. Like, is there a way? Let me see if there's a method somewhere. There has to be something that's just like, it accepts two shape 3Ds, and then it like tells you if they collide or something. That has to be a thing. There's 3,000 uses of shape 3. Are we serious? Collision shape 3D? Hello? Is it Overwatch time? Is there really nothing for that? I just give two shapes and like a transform and I ask if where they intersect. Did I have my headphones on? What are you getting on the watch? I don't know. Probably now. Oh. I guess I could actually do it backwards. I could take each object that I've collided with, ask it to tell me its collision points, and then I use that. That's probably it. Guess I'm queuing up solo? No. I'm done. Have I done anything though? Apparently I've done something, but nothing I need to send right now. Yeah. I'm gonna think about this more. So I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully with a good idea. I think that is a good idea actually. I ask each other object to give me its collision with an area specifically. And then I use that, maybe. Alright, well, yeah. That's it. It's dark. Time for me to be done. So thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.